Pilot, we'll wait for your confirmation of thrust before releasing the ROV.
Pilot copies. Pilot has control.
Pull the pin. Stand by for line, pilot.
Standing by.
Okay, looks like line is clear. Let's come ahead and make our way to center line, please.
Pilot copies.
Looking good, pilot. Looks good, pilot. Let's lock in auto head in versus ship while we check streaming.
Auto heading engaged.
Roger.
Otherwise, pilot off stick.
Copy, pilot. Okay, deck, streaming looks good. Let's launch Sirius. Pilot, if you could start to provide a little slack in the tether when we bring Sirius over the transom, please.
Pilot copies. Pilot backing 20.
Copy 20.
Pilot backing 30.
Copy, pilot. That's looking good, pilot. We can start to ease.
Easing. Pilot under 10.
Copy. Pilot off stick.
Pilot off stick.
Pilot 0 turns.
Turn zeroed.
Winch 0 counter.
Counter zeroed.
Roger, stand by for lines. Deck A-frame, thank you. Okay, pilot, is the control room ready to descend?
Control room's ready.
Copy that. Let's go down to 50 meters and hold at 15 meters a minute. Winch will do the same.
Copy. Pilot heading down 15 meters a minute. Okay, video ready for changeover. Thank you.
10 meters, wire out.
D2 passing 13 meters.
Copy, pilot. Two 0 meters, wire out.
D2 passing 25 meters.
25 for D2. Copy, pilot.
Dive soup nav, be advised, good tracking both vehicles.
Copy, nav. How's our approach to bottom?
Yeah, we've got a little bit of ways to go. That ship move after drift did not help us.
Copy. 30 meters, wire out.
D2 passing 3-8. I was getting a little ahead.
Copy, 3-8.
Co-pilot, our Sirius LEDs on as well. Thank you for checking that.
Four 0 meters, wire out.
D2 passing 4-5 meters. D2 holding 5-1 meters.
Winch all stop, 50 meters. Winch, dive super.
Go ahead, dive super.
Hey, can we pass control to the control room, please?
Control passed.
Co-pilot has control.
Copy, co-pilot. Pilot, dive super.
Go ahead. Go ahead, dive super.
Hey, are you holding at 50 meters?
Yes, sorry, holding at 50 meters.
Copy that. Okay, control room, if you're ready, you're free to dive. Let me know when you guys start heading down. We're going to stay at the aft station and ease into auto position so the vehicles don't see 2 knots of current. So whenever you're set, let us know when you start heading down.
Copy that, will do. Did you need to do any stowing beforehand, or should we just start down before that? Okay. There we go. All right, then I'll start heading down, and you can start slowly ramping up. Heading down. Okay, dive soup, we are heading down. We're in a steady state.
Copy that, pilot. Okay, we're going to start our heading change from the aft station here back to our holding heading, and then we'll let you know when we adjust speed through the water.
Pilot copies.
Let me know if you see anything abnormal in streaming, pilot.
Copy.
Okay, pilot, we're increasing our speed through the water, easing our way into what will eventually be auto position. So we're at a knot through the water now, so you might see a little bit more down there than you have been.
Copy that. Streaming looks good right now.
Copy.
And I'm really having to push just to keep up. Down, I mean. You got a Z bias of 80. That's that current. Hey Nav, can you pull up the current at depth there? The other chart? I don't remember which one it is.
Alright, stop war.
Thank you.
Oh, I hear Lister.
Where does that finish off at?
Co-pilot winch. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you guys are comfortable, could you have the ME-20 looking down at the wings and drawer as you pass through the layers at 300 to 700 meters?
Yeah, roger that. We're fighting some of the current with our streaming. Z bias is already up to 80, so we're keeping a close eye on that right now.
Copy.
Pilot, dive super.
Go ahead, dive super.
Hey, how are we looking in there?
We're looking good. I am having to push down a little bit harder than normal, but streaming is good.
Copy that. Co-pilot, are we comfortable with the device on D2? In the current?
Yes, this is pilot. Yes, we're still comfortable with it. You like
Okay.
where it stood? It's good.
Dive suit co-pilot. If Lars is still around, it wouldn't hurt to send him in.
Okay. He might be in the hangar. I'll try to see. Okay, pilot, we're working our way in auto position now.
Pilot copies. Streaming looks good.
Okay, pilot and Nav, we are in auto position at this time.
Good copy, dive suit.
You can pull up the
Nav, dive super.
Good, dive suit.
Hey, be advised, we're passing control up to the bridge at this time.
Good copy, dive suit.
Nav, dive super.
Go ahead, dive suit.
Hey, we passed control up to the bridge. I'd like to pass comms back to you so you can work with them to get to waypoint 1.
Good copy all, dive suit. Nav has comms.
Roger, Nav has comms. Dive super off comms.
video. Can we zoom out on my main? my main.
Nav winch.
Go ahead, winch.
Yeah, the winch is looking good. I'm coming up from the winch room. I'll do a check in half an hour. Going off comms.
Good copy, all winch.
Really?
Thank you, Nav.
Okay, thank you. Ah, there we go, thank you.
Go ahead, RV Nav. Roger that.
We're not doing that.
Roger that. I have a move with a range of 150 meters, bearing 215 degrees at a speed of 0.2 knots. Also, for your awareness, port prop, port rudder, re-engage.
Good copy, all. We still have center rotation bid shifts at this time.
That is correct.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
We're fighting a really strong current there.
This should be.
Copy that. I'll still have to make some adjustments, though. That's just why we're checking. Go ahead, video. I don't think I have them set up as normal right now. Just give me 1 second. We're okay. It's okay. We're good. It did help. But I do have to dial it back quite a bit before it catches up on me. Copilot, for the typical descent lighting, is there something different that we do? Oh, the full? It's, they're good. 92 though, a little bit higher bottle than, I guess. Right. Suction, okay. Ooh.
Okay. Well, let's pause here then, and get to get the toes and see. Yeah, the scattering layer was like 450 yesterday, so. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, we're at 430. Yeah. Let's pause here. Copy.
You want to test the MA20 at the scattering layer, 450 meters.
Okay, coming into auto depth. Okay, pushing out. Delta's locked in at 8.3.
very specifically wants to check these depths with the ME20.
Yeah. Okay, so what do we have to sort out here before we go dark? We've got good visual. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the drawer's already out. If we could put the drawer out a couple inches and okay. Yeah, I think out a couple inches and wings in a couple inches. I don't know. Whatever we think will stir up some stuff down there.
All right, what'd I miss? Okay. Our plan is to just go down as normal, but with this setup for bioluminescence. Gotcha. And how's that ship move? What was the total move? Okay. So all off, I'm hearing? How are we keeping visual there normally when we do this? We're just keeping that like 5%? Okay. Okay, suction currently is on a little bit. Do you want to start with it all the way off, video? Okay. Should we just turn the sonar off of Sirius then for right now? Or are we going to try that at the bottom? Huh. I can control by 5% increments. 5% now. %. 5%. %. I think that's about 20%. Yes. Pretty typical descent. Okay, yeah, I'm ready to go down when you are. Copy. I'm coming out of auto depth and I'm going to start dialing in. I'm also going to come out of joy lock. Copy. To the, cool. Thank you. I never know what's reflected by the light and what's true bioluminescence. Oh, that was bio then? Okay. Very nice. That's some. No? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea then. Stay. So the bioluminescence that we're seeing is like flashes. Gotcha. That one, right? Maybe? I almost wonder if we're hunting for we're seeing something that we want to see, right? Looks good in high pack. I'm going to come slightly down on my Z-bias. I was up at 80 and it looked like it was gaining. So we'll see 75. Like a shooting star or something? Bioluminescence? Okay. Streaming looks good. Ooh. That was one of our lights, wasn't it? That just flickered on. Interesting. Oh, we won't. Okay. We can talk about it, but we're not going to do that until we're bottom. So what line's Levi on? Oh. Okay. So I'll be able to talk to him and Rich anywhere. Or EXRV. Let's... Gotcha nicely, Levi. Gotcha nicely. I have you nicely. Copy. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you get all this? Okay. Great, great. Great, thank you. Z-Bias is behaving now, as I expect. We got 1840, 1840, 1830, sorry. Yep, so you have a little while. Sound good? Sound good here to pilot. Ooh, shore side. Yeah, closet's good. I got you loud and clear.
Copy that. Good copy. Yep. Pushing forward 20%. Gonna increase C a little bit. Is Levi coming through OKEX or? Directly. Copy that. Understood. And then we're climbing to the northeast. Excellent. Copy that. Alright, we're just local high. Follow it. Okay. Sounds good. And we're looking to do remote piloting pretty early on, I'm assuming. Secure. Sweet. Sounds good. Would you mind just switching D2 to white background? If you don't mind, airfield color. Thanks. Yes, yes, Levi, I'm in pilot seat. Do you hear me? Okay. Pilot, here's Levi.
Pilots, this is a good time to make the general announcement.
Yes, that should be fine. We're pretty secure here.
This is Okeanos video engineer Roland Bryan making a general announcement to all those on the ship and the shore. This is a reminder that all audio associated with this dive will be recorded with the archive video, as well as being streamed to shore via the satellite and the internet. Keep that in mind as we proceed with the dive today, and enjoy the dive. Thank you.
Alright, expected bottom 1830. Passing 1030, got about 800 left to go, based off of bathymetry data. Yep. Understood.
Good morning, everyone. If you're joining us live from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, I'm Kimberly Galvez. We've started to descent on our Dive 6 transect. We did have to change sites from what was originally planned because of the Gulf Stream current, but we are getting underway. If you're looking at Stream 1, it's currently dark, and that's because we are testing some various items. This is still an engineering-focused dive. However, we do welcome participation from everyone on shore as well as in the chat room and on the telecon line. We will, if there is the opportunity to take samples, we will happy to take requests as for what samples are there, as well as participation overall. So currently the dive is expected to be around 1,700 meters deep. give or take. We are currently on our descent down. We're just passing 1,085 meters, so we still have a little bit of a ways to go, but we're heading all the way down. If you would like to listen overall for the streams, Stream 1 has the scientists, Stream 2 has overall the ROV pilots communications, and Stream 3 is our multi-viewer with both science as well as ROV comms intermixed within the system. So feel free to tune in and join in, and looking forward to the dive today. Watch lead. Okay. Why? Can we not broadcast them? Okay. Okay. Just for then spatial awareness, can we ask at least the pilot, maybe the co-pilot, to be on OKEX to be streamed, or? Okay.
Copy that. I will talk on OKEX. Do you want me off of EXRV? Alright. I am going off of EXRV. Only speaking on OKEX. Can you hear me on that? Excellent. Sounds good. Yeah, we got 100 more meters to go, and then we'll turn some lights on. Yes, we do. At this time. Go ahead, video. Copy. Increasing 10%. Increased. Do you want it to increase another 5? Copy. Okay. Sorry, fat fingered that one. How does that look? If I had to guess 45, I don't think we have a readout, just a slide. Oh, yep, 40%. Yeah, video, just for your awareness, we're going to be turning on lights in about 40 meters. So I'll have you work with Copilot to bring those on safely. Go ahead, Levi. Yes, we have the bioagitator on the port side on the shilling right now. Do you have control over hydraulics? You should, right? Everything except for the craft? Oh, gotcha. Alright. Copy that. Yeah, so we have that there. Everything else should be in good working order. Suction sample or suction hose, temp probe, all that should be fine if you bring the drawer out. Autos have been working well. I think that's one of the things that they're going to have you test. Other than that, I think we're pretty much normal operating for a D2. Yeah, go ahead. Quonset, we also do currently have the stereo sonar turned off because we're testing a theory that it might be interfering with the Sirius altimeter, but we should be able to have that back on once you take over. You can take suction down. Oxalate can be left around 5%. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need it at the moment. Copy that. If you want to go ahead and stow the rock boxes and the drawer, please. Copy that. Yep. Yes. Nope, you don't need to ramp up at all. You can just leave it at the low for the drawer. We only have to really ramp up when we're doing the craft. Yep. And it might look a little odd here until you bring the drawer all the way in. Yes, it's always good to, before you bring the drawer in, to make sure the fins are retracted. Looks like they're extended right now, but they, no, I meant, sorry, before you had adjusted them. Yep. Nice and easy. It was quick the other day, but I think Andy adjusted the software on it to slow it down a bit. But yep, excellent. Looks pretty good. And is that starboard wing all the way in? It looks like it is. Okay. And Nav, when you get an opportunity, if you could range out the blue view to 60 meters, please. Thank you. Yeah, you can go ahead and stow hydraulics for now. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Yeah, looks like I have altitude lock. Looks like you're starting to ping in and out. Yeah, just to see if the altimeter locks in. Nope. We're going to keep on going down. I'll come to a altitude of 40. if you want to stop about 18 above me, then we can slow down. Sounds good. Yep. Yeah, your altitude looks a lot better. I would agree with mine. Come on down. I'll go into auto depth at 40 meters altitude, or excuse me, auto altitude. Yes. Okay, I'm going to come to a stop here if you want to join me. Okay. If you want to come up 10 meters or so, we'll just go ahead and get set up here instead. Yes, if you don't mind. So if you want to come up to like a 58. Yeah. So I'm at a 17.76 if you want to just come up 20 above that. Depth, excuse me, so that would be 56 for you. So come up another like 5 meters or so. Okay. And if you could lock in auto head at this time as well. That should be good there. Auto head engaged. Okay. Reverse view. Yes. Yep. So if you want to bring it all the way back to 101, as well as if you can scroll around with the Titan to find me. Okay. So when you're ready, go ahead and so not the Orion. You're grabbing the Titan camera, so the joy box over there, and then doing ID 02, enter. So if you press a button over on the side, it should light up. So yeah, just 0 is a good one to start with. So 02, and then there should be an ENT button there. Yep. So now you should be operating your Titan, which is in that group of 4. It's the upper left. Okay, and you should be able to rotate around. If you find the large patch of light, that should be me, and then focus on the bottom of that, and you should see me poke out once I start backing up. So you're doing zoom right now. If you do cardinal directions, that will rotate you. There you go. So the easiest thing that I found to orient myself is to come all the way up until you find the edge of the camera housing, and then use that as a reference, and then come back down. So keep it just in view, and then kind of rotate it with just having the, yeah, there you go, and then rotate it around, and that kind of helps orient you to where your camera is. So keep coming around. So you got your head there, which is in the front. Keep coming around. Okay, you see that big pool of light? So if you go to the bottom of that, when I start backing, I should poke out right underneath there. You should see me. Yep, there I am. Alright, so we both have auto heading in. I'm going to start backing. I have auto depth engaged at 1774. Yeah, once I get underneath you, you'll come over. Alright, I'm going to start coming back. Turn that joy lock. Coming back. And just follow me with the Titan if you don't mind as I come back. And I have eyes on, but also it's helpful if you let me know if you see me starting to drift to one side.
Are you now? This is watch lead?
Screen or not.
Just letting you know Roland was dialing Levi back in.
Okay, so you're following me in Titan, but you're also looking at your main HD for when I pop into the bottom of that. Yep. Exactly. We're also monitoring our Delta Z to make sure that I'm not coming up. I'm monitoring my altitude, even though I'm in auto depth, to make sure that nothing comes up underneath me unexpectedly. We're pretty high up, so we should be relatively safe. My altitude is... Copy that. Alright, excellent. So now, as I start coming back, I'd like you to adjust your camera so that you're looking down at me at 90 degrees. And then I'm going to go ahead and come to starboard if you want to come to... Oh, sorry, I'm coming to port. Yeah, if you want to come to starboard. Alright, you got me at 90. I'm going to start swinging to port. If you want to start rotating to starboard, we'll meet at roughly a 0.35. Understood. Altitude's reading 70. The altimeter's in the rear of the vehicle though. Oops, sorry. Okay, I'm lined up on a 035. Copy that. Excellent. I'm going to push forward into starboard. If you want to take your camera and follow me out until you have me at a 45-degree angle. Pushing out. Could follow me up, please. Thanks. No worries. Pushing out. Coming center line. Looks like we got a reading about 60 meters out in the blue view. Off to starboard. Copy that. Pushing forward. We might be on the western side of this feature, so we might have to adjust our head a little bit, but copy that. When you're ready, we can start coming down slow. 15 meters per minute. One second, let me just switch my, I think, back to my main. HD. Alright. Coming down slow. Coming out auto depth and coming down. Okay, altitude is about a little over 70. Coming back to center of your screen. Copy that. Let's change our heading a little bit here, Copilot. Let's bring it over to like a 060 maybe. Copy that. Okay. Alright. Let's make it a little bit more and try and line up with this. Let's go to a 070. Yep. Yeah, so you're actually rotating the wrong way. You're going to want to rotate to starboard to a 070. That works. Okay, that looks a little bit better. You see the blue view out read. Okay. Yep, understood. I'm slowing down a little bit. Okay, we have a good hard reading about 30 meters out on blue view. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to push up a little bit. We got 25 delta. I'm starting to see bottom on my camera. Yep. Okay, if you want to continue coming down now. Understood. Delta is improving. Lifting up blue view a little bit to look out. Okay, Delta 22. Yep. Uh, 18 if possible. So keep coming down. Yep, I understand. We have a good visual on bottom. Yep, looks pretty good. Yep, I'll continue coming down. I was just waiting for you to catch up. Okay. Continuing down. Understood. Yep.
All right, for those of you joining at home,
Sorry,
we
come
are
down.
approaching bottom. As you can see, we have
Looks pretty clear. Looks pretty
quite
steep.
a feature here. We have some soft sediment bottom, some unconsolidated sediment, likely carbonates. There is a sponge, a glass sponge in view, as well as what looks like overall sheets of different kinds of layers going on the hard substrate. And it looks like we just had what I think is a viperfish come through the screen.
Have you start,
the pilots will take a moment to set everything up, white balance, and do everything they need to, and then we'll progress with the dive. This is an engineering-focused dive. We are looking to complete a lot of our objectives to make sure that our shakedown is successful, so stay tuned.
Yep. Copy that. Video, main HD is a little hot. If you could cool that down. Thank you. Okay, maybe come down another meter, if you don't mind, co-pilot. Come down a little bit more. Sure. Cover that. Video, if we could cool down the main HD again, please. Thank you. Alright. 17. Yeah, I'll come back a little bit so I'm centered on your screen. If you want to hold there for now, as I come back, I should get a little bit deeper. Alright, copy that. If you want to work with video to get a white balance done, remember you have the agitator on the arm. So, copy. Understood. 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 You have an open mic, by the way, co-pilot. Alright, co-pilot, I think we can go ahead and get the lights deployed if you're available.
Comms check with
Nav, this is Quonset. Comms check.
Copy that. Thank you, Shore Pilot.
Pilot, this is Quonset. Comms check.
Gotcha, loud and clear. Quonset.
And co-pilot, this is Quonset. Comms check.
Survey 1 has Levi as well.
Yep, Mark Durbin. You sound like Bobby. Oh, it's Bobby. Okay.
And Andy's on Survey 1.
Copy. I still got it.
All right, Shore Pilot.
How are you boys doing in the front row?
Say again, Shore Pilot.
If you wouldn't mind just coming down a few meters. Getting, it's pretty steep here. Thank you.
Did I hear we're foregoing the white balance again today? Pilot, this video.
Go ahead, video.
Did I hear that we are foregoing the white balance again today?
Yeah, we're gonna forego it for the time being, and we might adjust it a little bit later on once we get some of the major tests out of the way. Yeah, I would say I'm comfortable with more than 20.
This is Quonset. What's your Z bias at? Just curious.
Z bias at the moment is negative 24.5, 24.5. Seems to be a current that's coming down slope and pushing me back.
I saw some lead weight in the box.
Yeah, we added a little bit more.
And shore pilot, for awareness, you won't have any status or diagnostics until we make the full switch over.
And shore pilot, I'm still dialing in Z bias, so I'll let you know the final number.
No, that's fine. I just couldn't sit on the GUI because it's only one on my core of my quad set right now. Once I get full GUI control, I can see everything. But
understood.
Yeah, when you had the wings inboard, you could see the weight in the starboard forward rock box. No, I saw it earlier. What else you got going on in the vehicle? Understood. Yeah, I noticed yesterday on my GUI with Workhorse on the sensor page, it was not there. I don't know if maybe that my sensor page here is set up for the Tasman or something, you know?
Yeah, that's correct, shore pilot. You have a slightly older
And my
version
relay
of the
names
GUI.
might be different. But other than that, I think GUIs are pretty close.
We just lost starboard minute. Copy that. Yeah. Yeah.
Roland, if you want to change stream 3, quadrant lower left to minute. There you go. Thanks. Couple hesitations in the stream. For sure, I think there's 3 hooked. There's 4 channels. 3 of the cameras are hooked in. 4. I know aft is one of them. I think. Okay. Not sure the other ones. I think it's one of the manips, but I don't think both. Yeah.
Copy. Yeah, if you could just come up, co-pilot, I'll push forward a little bit here. Alright, yeah, we should be alright. I'll just... Copy that. We got our rock feature coming up on port side. On Sirius to starboard? Oh, so I gotcha. Just so you're aware, yeah, we lost starboard manip and we're troubleshooting to get it back. Right. The port. Yeah. Hey, video, can we get a snap zoom here, please? Is that starboard manip looking a little hot today? Copy, thank you.
Co-pilot, this is Quantum. What's the scaling of the blue view. Copy.
That is a big glass sponge.
Copilot, this is Quantit. What's the blue view? Is it on the pan tilt mechanism aiming down right now?
It's aiming up. Yeah, looking at it.
For awareness, shore pilot, the pan and tilt angle readout on your GUI once we connect you to the vehicle.
Got no fiber power on that camera. Is that correct?
For your awareness, Copilot, I'm just going to be coming up to get over this little ridge here. We should be fine, though. But when you come back, we might just need to come up a bit. Yep, push it. Ooh. Good copy. You still got me at 60. Alright, I got a little bit more room to...
Comms check, shore pilot, survey 1.
Understood.
Hey, Survey 1, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, shore pilot, thank you. I just wanted to make you aware, once we connect you to the vehicle, your pan and tilt angles will not be correct on the GUI. They're set for Mini Zeus currently versus ME20.
Copy. My Joy box is mildly unresponsive if I click it. Should I power cycle the Joy box?
Currently, you should not see any status, so that's correct behavior for right now. Once we connect you to the ship, then you should be able to use the Joy box normally.
Got it.
Okay. Are we trying to get to the top of this, or it looks like there's a pretty flat, sandy spot over yonder? Okay. So we have this ridge that kind of like runs up with sand on one side and rock on the other. That might be like a pretty clear like split that he could look at. We also have this large rock over here. Okay. Understood. Sure. Let me get lined up I'll try and split my screen with the rock and the sand. Copy. Yeah, you guys. Okay. Go ahead, line up, center, auto altitude, auto heading, auto XY. Come on a bit.
Survey 1, this is Quonset. Comms check.
Read you loud and clear, short pilot. How you read me?
Charlie, Survey 1.
Quonset, this is pilot.
Got you loud and clear. Pilot.
Would you be able to listen to co-pilot at this time?
Co-pilot, this is Quonset. Comms check.
Bubba, did you hear that?
Co-pilot, this is Quonset. Comms check. Co-pilot, this is Quonset. Comms check. Lima Charlie.
Oh, he has you. Sounds like.
Copy, Meridian.
Copy that. I agree. Which bar? Oh no, so that's a guard for so the craft doesn't come in and hit it. Oh, I don't either. I mean I've seen it this cruise, but I've never really. Yeah. Yep. Yes. pretty significant oscillation in autos. No. No. I just wanted to keep a... Sometimes this will go out. It has in the past, and it's not as bright as that. Copy. Alright, Quonset pilot, just for your awareness, currently in auto heading at a heading of 60, auto altitude, auto XY, and then my Z bias is set to negative 23.0.
Copy all, pilot. I have a visual of your GUI.
Good copy. Yeah. Could try and come up a little bit. Might have like an odd... I seem to have like a pretty steady lock.
Okay, pilot, survey 1.
Go ahead.
And shore pilot. When we're ready, let me know. And I assume shore pilot's standing by to take control.
Before we...
Go ahead, co-pilot.
Quonset, go.
So, survey, just so you're aware, I'm in auto altitude heading in XY, and there's quite a bit of oscillation right now in the XY. Do we feel comfortable proceeding with this oscillation?
Yeah, I mean, Y oscillation, I think, isn't a reason to delay this test.
Copy that.
All stations, if I drop this call, I can still hear you via the live stream, so just keep talking to me.
Copy that. Will do.
And
okay, coming out of XY. Going back into XY. Copy. I can try and like turn into the current a little bit more rather than centered on you. Alright. Yep. Pilot is ready.
all right, all stations. So what's going to happen is step 1 will be pilot will disconnect his joy box. So pilot, stand by for that.
Understood.
And please do that on my mark.
Understood.
And at the same time, I will connect the tunnel from shore pilot. At that moment, shore pilot will have stick control and his and full diagnostics with his GUI.
Copy that.
Shoreside copy.
Okay, that great point,
Yep.
co-pilot.
So as soon as I disconnect, we're going to lose autos, right? So the vehicle's
Yes.
going to come out of auto XY, altitude, and heading?
Correct.
Okay, it looks like the currents kind of push us down, so DT will probably start heading back towards us, towards Sirius.
Okay, so our local remote to regain local control, I will sever the tunnel to shore, and at that same time, pilot will plug the joy box back in. Approximately 30 seconds later, pilot will have regained stick control of the vehicle. Yes.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And for awareness, the local GUIs and the remote GUIs will all be active at the same time. So shipboard pilots can do anything with the GUI that would normally happen. The only thing that will be disabled will, of course, be the local pilot's joy box.
Okay. Yeah, I can go into autos. Yeah.
That's correct. For the autos to work, one of the two joy boxes has to be active.
Okay. So what happens if I plug my joy box back in before you disable the tunnel?
The two joy boxes will duke it out, but it's just takes a moment for me to sever the tunnel. So.
Okay. So I will wait for your command to reinsert the power cord then.
Copy that.
All right.
All right. So again,
will Z-bias stay the same?
Yes. Yeah. All the settings will be the same. The only vehicle state change that will happen is you'll be kicked out of autos. So I would recommend, as soon as you gain control of the vehicle, just re-engaging all the autos.
Okay. And
understood.
All stations and everyone listening at home, you've probably been listening to something different right now. We're actually setting up now and talking through safety measures for a remote piloting test. This will actually have a pilot back at the GFOE shop in Quonset Point, Rhode Island, and the pilot will have screens and a joy box, basically everything we have on the ship, and we'll actually be driving the Deep Discoverer ROV from shore, more than 1,000 miles away. This technology was developed by GFOE through a grant with NOAA OMAO, different office, actually the office who runs the Okeanos Explorer. It was developed and proven on Yellowstone Lake in Yellowstone National Park last summer with GFOE's ROV Yogi and research vessel Annie. And it was at no cost to OER, and we're just applying it to this program to test it out. So we're hoping within a few minutes we'll have piloting remotely. So stand by.
All right. So local pilot, if at any time you want to regain control of the vehicle, just say so on the comms, and I will sever the tunnel, and you plug your joy box back in, and you will have control of the vehicle again in approximately 30 seconds. So that's our bailout plan.
Understood.
All right, if all stations are standing by, please say so, and we will start the test.
Pilot is ready.
Shore side is go.
All right, pilot, on my mark, please unplug your joy box.
Understood.
Mark.
Unplugged. Autos are out.
Okay, shore pilot, you should have full status. I'm seeing your joy box coming into the ship.
Punching in autos. Let's see. Okay. Going to change heading set point to port. Thruster feedback is a little bit glitchy. Update rate is slow.
Copy.
Punching in depth. Okay, so there's some values that have update rates that are pretty slow. So they are graphically represented as flashing. So like rotator numbers, comp values, but depth and headings look pretty good. In full autos. I'm going to try to change the heading set point to starboard. And off stick. Okay. About a 1 second delay. Okay, I'm going to thrust to starboard. Velocity set point to starboard here. Easy starboard. Turning starboard. And off stick. Negative. No, I have a GUI. Video, can I get the upper left quadrant of the quad split to be Sirius, please? Off stick right now. Understood. I'm going to try to center up that rock here. Turning to starboard. And I'm going to stop prematurely in anticipation for a delay. Yeah, that's pretty close. I'm just going to try to center that rock into my field of view here. Coming up, reducing depth set point, pushing forward a little bit, using the Sirius view. I'm no longer coming up, just coming forward and off stick. Gonna let that settle. Copy. Altitude 4 meters. I'm going to come down a little bit, switch the bottom. Bringing my set point down a little bit. And off stick and let that settle. Altitude 3.6. It's like I'm floating up a little bit. 4, 2.5. Okay, I'm just going to get closer to the rock. Coming down easy, coming in easy. And off stick. Okay. Looking a little hot. Thank you. Okay. Dude, are we full wide? Feel really close. There we go. I have the minute cam. I have port manip. Yeah, I'm looking at the quad split. Okay. I see a biological subject starboard of the rock here. I'm going to try to center it, and then we'll go for a zoom.
Copy. There's also a fish right above the rock if you want to rotate up.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Video, go for the fish. Yeah, zoom in on the fish. Laser's coming on. Oh, kind of got to tell the future a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to make following a moving target even more challenging.
So I can try punching out of auto heading here, but I'm concerned that it's going to be more difficult. Okay. I'm going to punch out auto heading.
Okay. Looks like you switched to auto altitude rather than...
Oh. I pressed the wrong button. X depth. Let that settle out. Okay. I'm back in depth. And punching out auto heading with joy box. Okay.
The
all right.
fish is off to your port. Oh, sorry, your starboard at this time.
Yeah, I saw him go over there. I think the key is slow changes. Otherwise, it could very quickly go bad. Okay, video, come in.
Ooh, double fish shot. And parasite.
Video has a couple of freezes here, kind of working with it. Take more if you want. Go on. Yep. Okay, come out. I'm going to come back. This is manual heading adjustments. Copy.
Yeah, just stop.
Okay, yeah. I'm intentionally slowly turning my head to port. I'm going to kind of saddle that ridge sand interface to the port here. Right here. Yeah. Copy. All right. Are you guys okay with me trying to fly manually here up that little ridge there?
I feel comfortable.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to punch out depth and XY. I'm going to come down, get closer to the ground, and then kind of slowly follow that face. Okay, here we go.
Copy that. And you have the manipulators, right?
Depth.
Manip cams?
Yeah, I have the minute.
Copy.
And it's out. Punching out XY.
Yep. Did you copy that, shore pilot?
Is that co-pilot? Again? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm pushing down easy, and I'm pushing back easy. Just going to come down, reduce my altitude, 2-meter altitude. Come down. Down easy. Let me know if I'm really close to the ground.
You're about a foot off
Glitch in the
right
video,
now.
off stick. Okay, turn into port a little bit. Keeping my downward momentum, pushing forward a little bit.
You're getting very close.
Keep the interface around the side. Off stick.
Okay, you're right to, yep.
Okay. I'm intentionally have my toe on the ground here. Just try to keep my toe planted. I'm going to go for that subject coming to center here. I'm trying to slowly pivot on my right toe, turning to port easy. I don't have a view of my starboard rail cam, but I think it's clear. Turning to port easy. So my toe slipping a little bit, increasing my downward thrust a little bit. Okay, video come in partial on this subject. Co-pilot, can you rotate me down on the rotator? Okay, hold that. Come in. I'll try to pivot you. You can rotate at will. Yeah, I feel like if Copilot has the rotator, it's probably a smoother video for you guys. But I am not touching the rotator stick. My toe looks pretty stable on my manip cam. I think maybe the fact that both of us are commanding the same rotator. Maybe something weird's happening. Notice. Okay. So it is worthy of note, my joy box still says D2 rotator. And typically, when Copilot takes the D2 rotator, mine should say Sirius rotator. Is that correct? No, it's red D2.
You're slipping again?
Yeah, and my Z bias, on my joy box, my Z bias is not, it says if Z bias is not enabled. I can take a picture of
it. Say again, Copilot? It is drifting, or I heard. Go ahead. Okay. Yep. Go ahead. Yeah, I think it's the thumb wheel issue. I fixed it for Sirius, but not for D2. Yeah, they're two different deadband settings, though.
Okay, video, let's come wide. Let's see. Let's see if I have the ability to change my Z bias. Here we go. $23. Okay. Make Z bias say disabled. I think it's enabled now. I do not have feed on the joy box, but I do have feedback on the GUI. I'm going to try to rotate clockwise to increase the set point. 23.5 still. 23.9. Okay. Yep. I have control of Z bias with the encoder, but the joy box is not displaying. Okay, I'm going to push back down easy, get closer to the bottom. Okay, I'm going to go off stick. I'm coming down pretty fast while the video's freezing, and I'm back. I'm going to go for that sponge here, that small sponge. Okay. Down. My video is a little bit glitchy, so. Okay, gotta get back to starboard. Is it painful to watch a little bit? Okay. I'm going to just very carefully approach that small sponge. Seems like small adjustments are necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the RPM? What percentage do you see? Does seem a bit high, but it's probably right. I was moving the sticks quite a bit. All right, I'm going to try to park right here. I'm going to park the starboard toe in right here. Wiggle it. Okay. I'm just going to hold that for a minute. Video's a little glitchy. 36% on the verts. I'm going to rotate down between the toes. Soft contact, copy. Should be a more firm contact now. Okay, videos come in. Sometimes the video is so steady I can't tell if it's frozen or if it's just that steady. Sediment in the cam is helping me. I'm trying to hold this as steady as I can. Yeah, you guys can adjust lights at will. I'm just going to hold this shot. Okay, you come wide. Do not see it. How big are we talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can come wide. Thanks. Yeah, what other tests do you guys want to do here? You want me to try to maneuver kind of up this interface a little bit?
Yeah.
Sure, why would be so hard? Oh, man. I'm going to float up off the bottom. Okay, I'm going to floating up. Rotating up.
Yeah, I've been noting the issues with the remote data representation.
Copy. I'd like to take my camera and I can take a video of my GUI so you can see what values are kind of flashing in and out. Okay. All right, I'm floating off the bottom. Auto depth button pressed. Give it a second to kick in. There it goes. XY.
Sure, pilot. I'm logging all the traffic on your side, so I can troubleshoot that afterwards.
Understood.
Well, right now his box is set up as a pilot, so whatever the pilot controls.
So Andy, when I press sample boxes on my Joy boxes, the button goes green momentarily while my finger is on it, but then when I release it does not kind of bring up the sample box window to, does that make sense?
Okay.
I'm kind of stuck on like the home page of the pilot Joybox GUI. So if I hit upper swing arms, like it just stays on the. So, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try. You want me to try Joybox? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna enable hydraulics. 3, 2, 1. And my GUI has it now. So it's about a second, maybe. Okay. My GUI's probably second delayed. Enabling valve packs. Let me look at the starboard valve pack here. Enabling valve packs, 3, 2, 1. Okay. And I confirm. And you want me to draw out? I'm going to rotate down just so I can see you draw a little bit. Okay. I have it in the port minute cam. I'm going to draw out easy. Come out. Not sure what the deadband is, but I'm on the joy box pushing. Joy box. I see the command in the GUI page, so I think I just need to push a little harder. I see the green bar growing on the feedback. I think I just need to give it a little more command, maybe. Yeah. And I'm off stick mark. I'm off stick there. All right. I'm going to continue to extend if that's okay. Extending. Now stick. Okay. And are you ready for me to retract? All right, here we go. Coming in. Increasing command. Continuing, and I'll stick. It'll probably finish it out, probably. Oh, looks like I'm not all the way in. Retracting further. Okay. Sounds fun. Okay, so on my Joybox GUI, the HPU motor command and feedback are both 0 right now, or indicated 0. Yeah, so basically the GUI, yeah, the Linux GUI is correct, and then it's as if the Joybox is not displaying any information. Re-enabling XY, pulling up my auto page. I do not have feedback on autos on the Joybox, so I'm relying on the GUI for feedback on what autos are in. Okay.
Copy. I have it pulled up as well. I can let you know if you drop out.
All right, thanks.
Okay, this is the ROV Navigator on OKEX. Are there any geologists on the line now who are interested in a rock sample here?
I'm trying to maneuver.
What do you have for Rosette feedback?
Okay.
Okay,
Section sampler. I'm going to go to jar 1 here. Jar 1. I clicked the GUI on touchscreen. See it moving. Yeah, so my Joybox screen is not giving me any options here, basically, so I have to use the GUI. Turning. Okay, I'm going to turn my heading starboard here.
And pilots, I have an idea. I have a pretty good idea on why the shore joybox GUI isn't working properly.
Copy, Andy.
To fix it would require temporarily severing the tunnel. So maybe right as we're concluding this test, we can do that quickly just to confirm my analysis.
Copy. Yeah, we're...
Okay. Yeah, that'd be... All right.
This is full autos here. I'm off stick. So, yeah.
All right. I'm going to sever the tunnel. Is everyone ready for that, just to confirm? Pilots? Oh, yeah, Lars, you won't plug back in.
Understood.
I just have to sever the tunnel and then reestablish. All right, I'm going to do that.
I think.
Short pilot, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, doing it now.
Okay, I have no connection to GUI anymore.
Yep, should be just another moment. And tunnel should be reestablished.
Okay. Punching in auto heading. Punching in auto XY. Punching in auto depth. It seems really quick. This is really stable, Andy. This is a lot better.
Okay, great.
GUI-wise. There's nothing flashing on the GUI anymore. Oh, the joy box is lit up like a Christmas tree now. Oh, this is great. Ha ha ha. I have D2 rotator feedback. I'm able to do. This looks really good, Andy. Okay. I was looking at that thin rock. I'll try to get the lasers on it here. Up to port here. Like a small plate. See that? That little guy up there? Well, just, you gotta give me a minute, Dottie. I think you can, like, see what I'm going for.
This is Watchley?
I just have a little delay.
Here, I mean, they all pretty much look of the same kind of substrate, so whatever seems to be the best angle for you guys to sample would be beneficial. Sounds good, thank you. Copy that, thank you.
Front row, how does the one on lasers look? What do you think, Lars?
Yeah, that should
Want to try that one or not?
We can go ahead and at least set up and give it a poke.
Okay. Looks like my starboard toe is basically on the ground. I'm going to try to get closer to the rock. Over.
Copy that.
This looks good. It's on. Give her that jar camera. Yeah, something else. Like 2020 or something. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's good. I like that camera view. I'm off stick at the moment, letting it settle.
Copy that.
Rotating down. Off stick. Looks like it's just a little bit far out in front of you. I'm going to try to get you a little closer.
Copy. You're pushing that
off stick
rock to the starboard. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Okay. going to reduce the depth set point to push into the ground a little bit. Pushing depth set point down just a hair. 30% down, that should be fine.
Do you not have joy lock?
Basically I'm just tickling the bottom here. I can do joy lock if you want. I'll leave heading in here. Okay, punching out depth, punching out XY, pushing down easy. I have heading still engaged. Pushing down easy, going to make 35% or so. And I'm going to try joy lock. Yep. Okay, I'm off stick. Joy lock is in. Keep an eye on me, boys. All right. I think I'm pretty. It looks steady on my end. You want to try craft operations?
Sure. Do you want to try and spin me up?
Disabled on my end.
HPU is enabled at the moment.
Oh, they're still enabled. Okay. I'm going to try controlling the HPU with the joy box here. Hydraulic motor. Pressing in the encoder. Yeah. Okay, so I don't have feedback to the hydraulic motor on the joy box right now. Okay, video is a little glitchy right now on quad split. Oh, that's what he's doing. He's messing with my, okay. Phone. Okay, I'm going to control the HPU with the GUI here. I'm going to bring the RPMs up a little bit. Okay. I'm going to increase the RPMs a little bit more with the touchscreen slider to halfway. It helps to press and hold and give it time. Okay. LPEX are enabled. I think we are go for craft. I can do the joy boxes.
Yeah, you're starting to float up. Sure, so.
Okay, I got you, Lars. What was that?
You're starting to float up. You've lost your toe.
Okay. Copy. Joy lock out. Oh, joy lock fell out. It appears. Pushing back down. Changing. Oh, auto heading popped out. Re-engaging auto heading. Set point to starboard. Off stick. Pushing down. Goal is 40% down. And re-engaging joy lock. Okay, I'm off stick. Joy lock.
Copilot, looks like all of the autopilots went out. Not quite sure why.
Okay. Okay, hydraulics are up. I'm back in joy lock and auto heading. I feel a little bit too far away from that rock now, Lars, for you to grab it. Or do you think you could reach it?
Should be able to reach out there and tap it. It's a pretty steep wall here, so we're pretty close. I can grab it.
Okay. Okay. Do I have permission to bring the starboard wing inboard? Sure, we can do port.
Yeah.
Okay, port wing coming inboard. Easy inboard.
Is this just for a test or?
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Alright,
Lars,
looks like
you want to do craft operations?
Yeah. We'll go ahead and switch ME20 over to my other view here. If you could center up that rock sample. You should have control of Mazus, right? Or the pan and tilt?
I can try pan and tilt operations here. Okay. You want to center up? We want to center up.
Just get eyes on the arm as I bring it out, I guess, if we want to practice using it.
coming to starboard on the pan tilt and off stick. Just beautiful delay.
Yeah, it's the large.
Starboard, off stick.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yep. Ready for arm to come on?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Arm's coming live. Arm is not coming on.
Control, start.
Fail. Copy. Stand by for comms.
Copy, stand by. Just the, there we go.
Okay, all looks well. Alright, arm coming live now. Arm is live.
Copy.
Okay, Grip Force 5 coming out. If you want to just follow me out to the rock, we can go ahead and wiggle it. Make sure it's talking to Quonset pilot. You could follow me out with the ME-20.
ME-20 coming to port.
Yep, that.
And off stick. I'm not sure my delay here. We'll freeze and back.
Yep, definitely loose. If you want to follow me over to the port rock box, we'll go ahead and open that.
Copy. I'm moving really slowly just because I have some video glitches and I'm not sure my delay.
Understood.
It seems like the name of the game.
Okay. Port rock box is open. We'll go ahead and grab the sample now. Okay,
right.
Looks like it's pretty fragile. Go ahead and go down to 3.
Yeah, co-pilot, let me know if I fall out of autos again if I don't notice. Okay.
Oh, that is very soft. Oh. Do we want a little piece of the crust, I suppose? I can feather it in. That was only Grip Force 3.
Any piece for
Copy,
geology
crumbly.
Definitely kicking up plenty of dust. Might be a little too small now. Follow me back over to the rock box, please. Understood. I don't know if that just fell apart or not. There we go. Okay.
Copy, thank you.
Yes. Sorry. Got a little bit ahead of myself there.
That was a pretty small sample, Buzz.
Yeah.
See if I can find you more. Copy. Video, you want to give me the a tail camera on one of the lower right quadrant? Thank you. Okay, and I need to reset it first, is that correct, before I fire? All right, are you ready? Clipper, this is Quonset. We are about to fire Niskin number 1, I believe. And resetting. Clipper's recording. Copy that. Firing. 3, 2, 1. Commanding. Boom. I saw the snap. Thank you, Roland, for the camera view. I'm going to bring the port rock box back to its out and stowed position. Wing outboard. Okay. I come back with my minute cam. Yeah, we full wide on Zeus? Copy. Okay, what's the next test, front row?
Confirmation really quick on the Niskin bottle, was only one fired or multiple? Copy, thank you. That is correct.
Okay, pilots, what's going to be our next test? Can we fly around in manual some more or more autos? Okay. Looks like my Joybox encoder does have RPM control of the HPU motor. It's just I don't have feedback on the GUI on the Joybox. I do have feedback on the real GUI. Okay, I got the RPM down to 0. I'm going to try to use the encoder to disable the hydraulics. Here we go. Oh, we don't do that anymore. We do this button, don't we? That's right. Okay, using the Joybox button to disable HPU. Boom, got it. Okay. All right, I'm going to take off in manual mode with Z-bias enabled. Here we go. Disabling joy lock mark, disabling auto heading, go normal, load up, takeoff.
Go ahead, survey 1.
Potentially coming up and turning to port. Going to kind of reacquire that ridge. Lateraling to port. Kind of coming back to that ridge. And off stick. Go ahead, Nav. I can fly around in manual for a couple more minutes, but get a feel for the delay. Seems like the slower is better. A lot happens at once. Copy. Video, what's in the water column? You want to snap it?
Ooh, we have a lovely holothurian here, gliding through the water, translucent.
I'll zoom out. Copy. Coming back up. And back. Going to come back to port. Rotating down. We have a little bit of tether left. Video, you want to give me the sonar on the lower, actually the upper right. I don't need maybe 20. Sonar, or, yeah. And then high pack. Give me sonar and high pack on that quad. Get rid of one of the minutes, yep. Copy. 6 Sirius has a high point to its starboard. You guys want to go up the ridge? Yeah, what's the bearing uphill from Sirius to uphill as from a bathymetry standpoint? Copy. Copy. Laterally to starboard, kind of center up with Sirius. Turning to port. And explore here. All right, so right now my ME20 is kind of aimed down pretty low. Is that correct? So my blue view is kind of aimed right into the ground. So I gotta bring.
We're just calling you, Jeff.
So, what tilt is about level on the pan tilt? Got it. I'm just staying in the center of the Sirius view, slowly coming up the hill. Keeping my right toe close to the ground. Coming up a little bit to get off the ground. Coming up a little bit, pilot, or co-pilot, excuse me. So the blue view that's mounted on the ME20, is it kind of aimed up a little bit to avoid seeing the shroud of that camera? Is that correct? Got it. What value does your tilt read on the Panatilt? Mine says negative 50.1. Got it. Understood. Okay. How much more remote piloting do you guys want to do? Yeah, that sounds good. 090. It's too many people in there. Video, what kind of squat lobster do we have here? Copy, squat format.
I like that term, squat format. We'll keep it that way. Oh, it doesn't look like that. It seems to be a living lobster anymore.
Oh, copy. Take my right toe touching. Copy. Thanks, video. On your stereo sonar, how many meters is the first ring? Is that a 12.5? Okay. And then the blue view, what's the range on that? What's that first ring? Oh, there you go. Look at that. 5 meters. Got it. Thanks, Ron. You can do my quad step back. Thanks. Okay. I'm going to come off the ground here. Coming up.
Oh, we have a stocked crinoid.
Stocked crinoid.
Guess I don't need to be here either.
I'm going to come up easy. Keep the stock crinoid in view. Just going to slowly lateral starboard, turn left, staying close to the ground. My right toe's probably going to hit soon. Okay, I'm going to explore the rocks. All right, let's check out what's on top of these rocks. Do I have enough tether? All right. Okay, I'm going to slowly go forward and get to the top of this rock here.
It's some odd formations on that rock.
These are some interesting formations that we have here. Everything seems to be encrusted. It looks almost like that ferromanganese, that kind of black coating that usually forms. This is all limestone that seems to have that ferromanganese encrusting. And we see some weird formations on top of this boulder, covered in some either light sediment or some detrital material that's also from the water column. You can see there's a lot of marine snow in there.
Try auto heading. Seem to be lagging.
Sure, pilot, just for overall awareness as well as pilots on board. There was a request that if there were trying to traverse some geologic areas, with the understanding engineering objectives come first, but if there is any complex terrain or potential passages or overhangs, not to go directly in them, but to get an observation of them, that would be helpful.
Copy. You're talking about the small white hanging upside down?
Sure, pilot, that's correct. Right at near coming up on the bottom of the screen.
Oh dear. Okay. I'm not going to go for the cup coral. I'm going to continue on. I don't see it.
Copy.
Okay. I'll stay this distance from Cerritos. I won't creep in any further. Got. Just going to kind of come around the left side of the rock here. Yeah, I'm close to the rock. I agree. I have visual alignment at camp. I'm going to come back just a little bit and then push to port and kind of see the other side of this. Copy. Seems like Z-bias is taking me down. I'm going to try to decrease it to 23 or something. Copy, agitator. I will not go any further to port unless I turn and look that way. Okay. Now it's feeling a little bit heavy. I reduced the Z-bias ever so slightly. Just going to take a scan with blue view here and my big camera. I don't have a feel for the attitude of the blue view. I think it's pretty much straightforward, but tilt wise, I guess. Okay.
For those of you watching at home on stream 3, you can have our quad view, which also includes that blue view which Shore Pilot is communicating on.
I was up, and now I'm going to slowly tilt down and watch the paint here on that blue view.
Apologies, stream 2 and stream 3 right now are not being broadcasted due to tests, engineering objectives that we are completing now.
Shore Pilot is taking all the bandwidth. Okay, I'm going to push forward easy. Come nicely above this feature here. Got a little bit of tether. Okay. A little bit of lag here. Pushing back a little bit just to reduce my momentum. Oop. Okay, I'm going to turn to port for vehicle awareness. Turn to port, turn to port, turn to port. Changing my set point to port, still in auto heading. For a nice smooth heading change. Scanning the blue view, off stick. Looks pretty clear over there. I'm going to turn to starboard. Coming to starboard. Got a vacuum over here, be advised. Take a look at my light page. I'm going to dim lights down 5%. See if I'm going to have control of that. Take a nice deliberate press, does the trick. Bottle temperature 107. Turning to starboard, just to take a peek. Looks like you came towards me, Bobby, and came up. Yep. Okay. I'm going to bring my rotator kind of more level. Turn back to port. Turning back to port to line up with the symmetry. And then I'm going to move forward up the hill. Copy. D2 push it forward. Easy. I'll try to keep my thrust percentages low here to reduce risk. Okay, I'm going to kind of head for these rocky sand interface right here. I see a biological on the rock there. I'm going to go for it. Light blue in color, possibly sponge or coral. Small grouping. Slowly approach it. Going up a little bit. Copy. I'm going to try to get my left toe in for a landing shot here. I'm going to try disabling auto heading. It seems to be wagging a little bit. Just going to slowly approach. What was that video? No, it's fine. Actually, yeah, you could get rid of the sonar for now. Slowly approaching. Keep pushing forward until my left toe strikes. Easy forward, easy forward. Okay, I'm no longer commanding forward, just down. Hopefully it's not too slippery of a LZ here. Okay, see if I can land. Okay. Auto heading engaged for a normal landing shot. 40% down thrust. Joy lock engaged. Rotating down to acquire subject. And video come in. Let me know if I move a lot, Bobby. Am I stable? Okay. It's hard to...
Ooh, got a nice sponge here. Looks like a glass sponge with a little hermit crab.
Change that point to port, just a tickle, try to center up the subject. And off stick. Go freeze. Okay, I'm back. Nope. Rotator adjustments are pretty difficult, but once you get it, you just got to leave it, I guess. You can probably Okay, I'm going to try to pan left by changing heading set point to port. Easy. Might cause my left toe to break. Right toe should remain. Easy heading set point. Okay. Off stick, just going to hold that. Okay. Disabling joy lock. And coming up. Easy. Copy. Okay. We're full wide. I'm going to continue kind of up and kind of stay in the center of Sirius view more. I think I'm a little bit off to starboard. Okay. No large obstructions. Going to sail the port here. Kind of get in the center of Sirius view. Copy. Pushing forward easy. Copy. Easy forward. Copy. Yeah, I'm good with it. I'll keep moving up here. Got me at 41. I'm going to try manually doing heading. That goes again. Goes wagging on that set point. It's definitely the most challenging rolling would be a fish. It's glass. Yeah. Copy. Copy. Ship move 100. What was the range on that move, Nav? Copy, 15 meters. Looks like I gotta. So I will rock between my toes here. Just slowly approach it. My nips are fine right now. Thank you, Roland. What if I can do? Try autos here. Heading. XY. My Z-Vice is dialed in pretty well. Video coming in on sponge. Changing set point to starboard easy. This is floating in autos for the record. Leo. Good. Do you remember the old pan and tilt mechanism? That's kind of what it feels like. Okay. I'll try to hold that video. A little bit of oscillation, so not bad. increasing the brightness of the lights back up to 100% on the ones that were on here. Okay, you can come out video. We'll keep going. Punching out XY, punching out heading. Rotating up. Okay. Do you want me to leave it here, or do you want me to? I think it's pretty safe right here. How's my Z-bias look to you? Take a look at my altitude. 3.0. Because autos are going to get kicked out right away anyway.
Survey 1 is ready. So what I'm thinking is on my mark, pilot will plug his joy box back in, and then I will wait approximately 20 seconds, and then I'll sever the tunnel.
Pilot is ready.
Shore pilot ready?
Shore side is off. I'm ready. I'm off stick. And all you have in is Z-bias, no autos.
Okay, pilot, plug your joy box back in.
In.
Second landing on the starboard tow. Z-bias.
Okay, severing tunnel. Now, you should have stick control in another 5-6 seconds, pilot.
Copy that.
I've lost my GUI.
Pilot has control.
All right, for everyone watching for the last hour, all of the piloting and most of the camera movements, pretty much everything you saw was done from our remote pilot working from the GFOE shop in Quonset Point, Rhode Island. The only thing we had to do from the ship was use the craft manipulator arm to grab that rock sample. Oh, and of course the co-pilot was controlling the winch on the ship, and video was doing the zooming. So we still had a lot of our team working hard here, but everything on Deep Discover was done remotely from our Quonset shop. And that was a grant in collaboration between GFOE and NOAA OMAO. Now we're back to local control, and we'll move on to hopefully some working with science to do some practice samples and zooms.
Great, thank you, Nav. That was a great collaboration, great done, very well, job well done, everyone.
Yeah, it was fun. So many videos are frozen. They may have canceled my streams here. They still hear me? Let's go. That was challenging. That was interesting. I don't know if I'm still talking on OKEX, but I can hit 0. Video, what was that? Negative. My streams have frozen. You check the browser-based stream. Okay, browser-based stream is working, but the VLC stream appears to be frozen. 1 minute ago. Roland, am I still on OKEX?
For those watching at home, we have Stream 2 and Stream 3 back online broadcasting. Copy, thank you. for everyone watching at home. We're actually going to start more of the scientific aspects of these dives. We're incorporating more, so feel free to participate either in our chat rooms or in our telecon line, and we'll be happy to take Zooms as well as possible samples. So we have still open, we have 1 rock box as well as 4 bio boxes and 4 Niskin bottles. So please keep in mind we're looking for all feedback and participation, and we're looking for a great dive today. My colleague, Thomas Moreau, is setting up next to me, and will begin to also narrate some of these dives, and looking forward to it.
All right, as we settle into position on this rocky outcrop, we see a couple of, looks like at least a sponge, maybe a cup coral off to the left. So we're looking at a sponge here, an associate. Hard to identify the associate. As a reminder, if you're joining us from home, we have the Benthic Animal Identification Guide on the Ocean Exploration website. It's one of my primary tools for figuring out what we're looking at when we get these beautiful views on the seafloor. This looks like another sponge, a little bit different than the one we last saw. You'll notice the body of the sponge is mostly attached to the substrate. In the previous sponge we were looking at, it looked like there was a small stalk. It's one of the features that scientists use to help identify these organisms. What we're zooming in on here is this small orange organism that was next to the sponge, identified by one of the scientists on shore in the chat room. And a very small coral. We're seeing a small sea star. I'll see how quickly I can get through the Benthic Animal Identification Guide and give you a name. Yeah. So with the lasers on, that's about 1-2 centimeters across. Pretty small for a sea star. I had an observation of a little bit of movement in this dead sponge body hanging on the rock face in front of us just left of center screen. We're going to try and take a closer look. Of course, if the ROV's presence is what chased off whatever we were looking for, they may be a little too shy to come back out. Is that a small sponge or a coral just there on the top? Oh yeah, there's a little coral back there. Screen right now as you're looking at it. Looks like it has 2 stalks coming off the body, or 2 polyps. So we're seeing a couple corals, and is that maybe a stalked sponge in the background? Another sponge closer up to us. So we've identified on screen a black coral. So this long orange whip-like coral that's floating in the center of the screen. And we're going to set up and take a nice close look at it. And it looks like a holothurian, a sea cucumber, hanging out on the seafloor just below the coral that we're going to take a look at.
So it looks like we have a black coral here, Anthomastis. So they're deep water corals here.
Current ROV depth is reading about 1820 meters, 1,820. And with the lasers on, I would estimate that the coral is maybe a meter long. The perspective is a little difficult with it kind of coming off the rock towards the camera. Great zoom. Thank you, pilot. Thank you, video. Suggested identification on that black coral was a Stichopathes from our chat, Dr. Matsumoto. Looks like there's another one of those black corals in the top part of the view right now. You can see a sponge on the talus slope, and then that coral is hanging just above there again. Yep, that looks like another one of those black corals. And a small glass sponge just kind of at the base of the same coral. Amongst the rubble, we're seeing what might be an anthropogenic product, a tin of some kind. Oh, another coral, another black coral, and another glass sponge coming into center screen now. Oh, this looks like a stalk sponge coming into view here on the closer rock face. And then just to the left of that glass sponge, it looks like there's a structural feature in the rocks. Notice the change in texture, the more blocky spine of material sticking out from the more bulbous shaped carbonates. It's hard to identify with the sediment on top, but could be some kind of structural feature in the geology. Yep, this is a glass sponge on a stalk. Yeah, we're definitely starting to see a lot more life forms as we move on to these steeper slopes. Everyone's taking advantage of the opportunity to extend out into the water column and feed on passing material. Really nice view here of the dynamic topography on the seafloor in this region. Looks like a purple slime star on the sheer face of this cliff. Yep. Pretty steep territory for a starfish. Looks like it's about 10 centimeters across. If you take a look on stream 2, you can see the view from Sirius. This kind of sheer face that D2 is currently staring at. It'll give you a better idea of the scale of the feature compared to the scale of the ROV.
Science, it looks like some interesting striations coming up and down on the rocks.
So from this view, you can potentially identify some of the sedimentary layers in these rocks. These are most likely carbonates of some kind. It's hard to tell until you get a sample up close. Many rocks can appear to be what they are not, but the layering that we're seeing here would suggest these are sedimentary sequences. So the ROV is kind of in this hole-like structure on the seafloor. And if you look on the second stream, that Sirius view downwards, you can kind of see the cliff edge and then the blue abyss off to the left. I'm seeing kind of as D2 backs away from the rock face, you can get an idea of the scale of this vertical feature.
Ooh, we have a nice coral here surrounded by sponges and a brittle star associated with the coral. Looks like the polyps are almost all in versus outwards. That would be with the intention of thought of being feeding and whatnot, but it looks to be like when they're quite plugged in that all the polyps are in. I can't tell. Can we get any tighter zoom to potentially tell what the coral is?
Yeah, we can get it tighter, just getting a little more in position. We're still some distance away from it.
Oh, sounds good. Ooh, that's quite interesting. It looks like these polyps may actually not be retractable. I'm not sure what this coral is. It looks to be almost like bells that are drooping downwards. Dr. Asako Matsumoto says it's a primnoid. Beautiful. With a nice brittle star on it. And you can see overall, just in the background, slightly with the geologic of the dark background of the rocks there, that there's still quite a bit of marine snow in this area. So that marine snow is covered in detrital material, or consists rather of detrital material, as well as sediments in the water column that are slowly falling and being transported through the current systems. And these are what the corals actually do feed off of. So a lot of these filter feeders that include corals, sponges, some crinoids, are all utilizing this detrital material. So they really heavily rely on the currents in order to be able to feed and reproduce and continue the overall life cycle. Ooh, we look like have a stalked crinoid also on the left-hand side there. Ooh, there's another coral that's coming out almost at a direct 90-degree angle on the left side of the screen. Yeah, so for those of you listening, the pilots were discussing the overall bathymetry and what looks like this geologic feature is. They don't have complete full vision of the feature in itself, so they're just taking precautions in making sure that the vehicle's safety comes first. So that's why we're moving slow and making sure that everything that they can see does become visible before it would impact the ROV. Yeah, if you look on stream 2, not only will you be able to hear the pilot's communication, but you can see a view from Sirius, and this overall geologic feature looks really interesting. It's a canyon, yes, but it almost has this boulder-like or even bulbous texture to it, where different breaks or different just impacts happened when this rock formation was either forming or now degrading over time. And you can see this all encrusted material on this limestone here, as well as unconsolidated sediment and any of that detrital material that's resting in between all the crevices here of this geologic feature. Pilot, whenever you can, snap zooms on some various biology that might look interesting would be really great. Oh, that was a really interesting looking shrimp. I did not see any swimmerets on it, but it had some really long legs that were kind of attaching itself to this rocky substrate. We can see now some of this geology has slightly changed, where before it was more rounded off and more almost boulder-like, and now we're seeing more jagged edges, a lot more what looks like piling on top of piling in this section, which again could just be the overall geologic feature of the canyon in itself. We could also be seeing different strata layers that were coming through that have then been misconstrued or slightly now lost the word I was looking for, but covered up essentially by this ferromanganese crust. So sometimes in limestones with different layer of geologic time, limestone can build up on itself as we're getting high calcium concentrates in the water system, as well as precipitation factors here. So a lot of that calcium can then be precipitated right out of the ocean water and start to climb on this. So usually carbonates generally prefer a lot of warmer water where it's high in carbonate and magnesium within the water column to perform precipitation in this area. There are cold water carbonates, which are also really interesting, but over geologic time, we see the general trend that carbonate production tends to really have a correlation with higher temperature waters, such as like now in the tropical zones, such as Florida, southeast United States, as well as the Bahamas, where you have those beautiful beaches. It's a lot of based off that carbonate material, as well as overall different like silica that has been produced in the water column by various organisms. Video, this is Watch Lead. Sure. So for those of you just tuning into our expedition, we are on Dive 6 of the 2002 ROV and Mapping Shakedown. I'm Kimberly Galvez, the expedition coordinator for this specific expedition, and we're coming to you from the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. I work for NOAA Ocean Exploration, which NOAA Ocean Exploration, which collaborates with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration in performing a lot of these deep sea exploration activities. And this includes our remotely operated vehicles, Sirius and D2, or Deep Discoverer. And you can see on Stream 1, this is the live view of Deep Discoverer. And on Stream 2, you will be able to see Sirius, which does have that overview of D2 in itself. Now, we can go ahead and maybe introduce ourselves if the pilots are up for it. Let me confirm on that. Pilot, would you be comfortable with making an around-the-room introduction? Great, thank you. And if you were able to tune in earlier, there was some aspects that we were trying out on shore, some engineering objectives that the shakedown is meant for. When we mean shakedown, we mean that we're testing all of the instruments, not just the ROVs, but also the mapping objectives of the overall cruise. And it's usually the shakedowns happen either the first or within those first few cruises or expeditions that we take place in order to groom and make sure all of the systems are up to par and working for the rest of the field season. And sitting back here with me, I also have part of NOAA Ocean Exploration, our comms team, Krista Rabenald, and we also have from NCEI, our sample data manager, Anna Linesh, who helps take care of all the sample collections that are done. We process them, we make sure that they have all the right solutions that they're needed in preservation techniques as well as DNA sampling. And we are currently also during this expedition not only taking biological and geological samples, but we're also taking water samples which then will be filtered for eDNA. As we're traversing this canyon wall here, we can see various forms of biology. We have stocked crinoids, we have various glass sponges, we've come across a few Antipatharia corals, as well as primnoid corals in this area. And you can see just in the background landscape exactly just how dense of sponge community we're actually observing in this area. Ooh, pilot, we're actually observing something on the upper left hand of the screen that almost looks spiky. It looks almost like anemones, but if we can get a snap zoom, that would be really great. Ooh, those actually look like feather worms. Yeah, would it be possible to get even a zoom? Just as a caveat, pilot, if you touch the ground, they will likely, if they are feather worms, schloop back into their tubes, for a better lack of term. So, they do look like tube anemones. Good eye, Roland. They could still go schloop, yes.
I've seen them sloop in before.
Yeah, I'm not sure how common they are, but having two right next to each other is definitely a special treat here. They almost look like dandelions. Yeah, so Nav actually just suggested that if we were to be slightly closer, we could even get a more brighter color from them because they look brownish reddish right now. So we're going to try to move just slightly closer to see if we can get some of those vibrant colors that don't dissipate so well, or that rather do dissipate so well through the water column. So being closer would actually enhance some of those colors. And Mike Vecchione says that he agrees that they are tube anemones. We almost don't need me out here.
Oh, that's not true. You do so much more than just the verbal.
Thanks, video. Oh, we can see now a lot more of that vibrant red that's coming out. It's still slightly brownish, but more of that color is really coming through, and you can just see how much of that, then how much the water actually takes out of the coloring between what the camera is on, the lighting on, all this diffraction that takes place through the water kind of removes a lot of that color. So part of the objectives of ROV dives and whatnot is why we do a lot of color balancing to make sure we can adjust for a lot of these different corrections in the water itself so we can get the best video footage and the best imagery for not only the science community but all over the world, any kind of imagery of the deep sea exploration. They're beautiful. They really do look like dandelions. They have this kind of, the first layer or ring of these tentacle arms kind of curve in towards the mouth. I don't see any actively feeding or moving towards the mouth area at least. And then you have the secondary ring which kind of splays out slightly more in a wider angle, which is really interesting overall to see. And as a geologist, I wouldn't be doing myself justice if I didn't talk also about the sediment that we're seeing in the background here. You can see a lot of pteropod shells and overall fine-grained sediments in this area. Ooh, we're seeing quite a good view of the mouth oral section now. It seems to have even then that inner layer of smaller tentacles, which I'm not familiar with how this anemone overall, the anatomy of it, but that's quite unusual that I haven't seen in quite too many anemones in itself. also seeing some small mollusk shells and gastropod shells out in the sediments. All that kind of white, more kind of tubular things could be the tail ends of pteropods or some different kinds of gastropod shells. Ooh, thank you. We can see that these tentacles are reaching far beyond, or not far beyond, but just about past 10 centimeters. So these are quite long overall as the tentacles of the anemone go. So some pretty cool facts about burrowing anemones or tube anemones. Many of the 7 species of these guys have tentacles that fluoresce, and that means that they can absorb ultraviolet light and shine it actually back as visible light. It's really cool. Ooh, what do we have here? Oh, does it look like an Anthomastis? Is this also known as a strawberry coral? It is very squishy. And there are various colors of them. I have seen quite a few that are bright red, and this one seems to be a soft pink. That's just kind of was on the side of that general geologic feature, just slight limestone area that was kind of jutting out a little bit. We can see so many glass sponges around, so hexactinellids. I'm not familiar with the type of species that these are, but there seems to be quite a few of them alive as well as dead, and you can tell the difference between the dead and alive ones. From the dead ones look kind of sludgy and brown, like they got trapped, overloaded with a lot of that schmutz and marine snow that's in the water column, whereas the live ones are more of that translucent white feature that are potentially still actively feeding and filtering the water through the water with the water column, so that they are absorbing a lot of that detrital material that's also in the marine snow that helps feed them and keep them alive. I'm not seeing anything shiny. You can also see some encrusting sponges on a lot of these overall larger layers. Oh, and it looks also that this was now a dead coral stock. As to what it was, we probably will never know. But what you can tell from this is actually a lot of even that dark material that's precipitating on this coral stock in itself means that there is active minerals within the water column and also encrusting on this coral piece. So just like you see that black layering on this limestone that we're looking at, the same thing is happening to this carbonate. So this carbonate coral stock that's been left over after the coral died. So this precipitate can happen over millions of years, potentially precipitating only 1 millimeter of crust per every 1 million to 2 million years. So this takes excessively long periods of time. So just with that general knowledge, knowing, well, we don't know exactly how large this encrusting is on this limestone, but just knowing that how black this really is means that these geologic features have been here for quite some time. And if you're listening on stream 2, you can hear pilot communications, but if not, we're taking this very slow and easy just to make sure, because we can't see beyond a lot of the light penetrating through this very vertical feature that we're kind of currently traversing and scaling. So we're just making sure the vehicle is really safe, taking it slow, making sure that nothing is above us that could impact the overall trajectory that the ROVs are currently taking. Wow, these are so many sponges. Oh, we see something stocked right at the base of the screen. Possibly a coral stock that's there, jutting out. I know we're moving. Oh, look, another Anthomastis. Oh, and possibly other primnoid coral. Or, not sure. If we could get some zooms, that would be really great. Some form of an octocoral, yes. If those on the chat room have any specific type, if they can identify these. This one looks like an Anthomastis, and oh, there's another coral that's like right attached to it. Not attached to it maybe, but adjacent to it. Which also looks like a primnoid. Well, all the polyps seem to be contracted. Thank you. Really beautiful branched coral. Yeah, Mike Vecchione is suggesting possibly a bubblegum coral, but I have not been too familiar if bubblegum corals have been within this area. But if it is, in fact, a bubblegum coral, that would be really interesting to overall see. Ooh, and it looks, we have another coral right here. It looks whip-like, but it doesn't look like an Antipitherian coral. Possibly a bamboo coral. Any snap zoom along the stalk would be great. Ooh, oh, it is in fact a bamboo coral. We can tell this based off the bands that you see within the skeletal structure that are just coming through the translucent tissue that's surrounding the coral, including the polyps that are there. So we see these black strips periodically throughout the coral in itself, which does indicate that this is, it's a highly indicative way of telling that this is a bamboo coral. And what's interesting is the majority of the polyps, at least at the base, are facing in one direction for the most part. And as we're getting closer to the top of this coral, there's a few stray polyps that are facing a different direction, but overall they tend to be unilateral. Ooh, there's an actual black coral there. That is a whip coral, so that is an Anthomastis. Not sure on the species, but really also interesting to see. You can see that the overall polyps in this, they all are singular tentacles, so which means they don't have that same polyp structure that comes out and has then various tentacles as well. Ooh, we're also having another primnoid here. You can see that it's either still what's left of the living coral that it's on, or it's continually growing on what was a dead stalk already. We also have brittle stars on it. Ooh, look, is this a sea urchin? No. Is this a sponge? Wow. What kind of a sponge is this?
You can see the glass structure from the tubes that are coming up.
Oh, yeah. Really interesting, though.
I haven't seen one like that.
I know. Thank you so much, Pilot. As we're traversing this canyon wall, we're seeing definitely a lot of sponges, and we're seeing some corals, a lot of bamboo, some Anthomastis or black corals, as well as primnoids. We're also seeing quite a bit of leftover stalks that were there, of either previous corals, dead corals, newly dead, or even kind of more ancient coral structures that are there that we've discussed that covered in that ferromanganese crusting. We're seeing also, I haven't seen too many overall branching corals. We've seen more of those kind of single-stalk, non-branching corals in this essence. So a lot of these bamboos. Oh, and speaking of which, there's a branching coral that was right on the left-hand side there, but pretty sure this was observed before. We're seeing a lot of boulder debris as well, and this is just probably as the degradation of this canyon or overall the weathering that occurs through the water cycles. You can see that some pieces tend to break off and maybe fall and extend further down the canyon. Some get stuck in the sediment, as you can see here, and then covered in sediment. But we're seeing that nothing looks freshly broken, because otherwise we would have been able to see the underlying limestone. This looks like another sponge coming up, another glass sponge. It could be similar to the stalked one that we saw earlier when we first started the more scientific incorporation of this dive. That previous sponge that we saw that kind of looked spicy, that I was a little prickly, that I almost mistook for a sea urchin, actually may belong to the genus Polymastia. Yeah, we saw this in the North Atlantic Stepping Stones expedition last year in 2104 that took place in the North Atlantic Seamounts area. Ooh, and here we have a zoom in on this sponge, this stalked sponge, with quite a large ossicle in the middle, and more like lobate almost features around it. We also have a crinoid that looks to be on a primnoid coral. It doesn't look to be stalked from what I can see, with some brittle stars around it. Primnoids. can definitely see some more octocorals. I think there's an Anthomastis just coming off screen, and we have another pink stalk right near the center screen. And I think we're going to try to take another geologic sample at some point, just looking for a decent size and loose rock that would be applicable to be able to take a sample. That sounds good, thank you. Ooh, we're also seeing quite a bit of these octocorals. Pilot, if we potentially could get a quick snap zoom on while we're passing by. Ooh, all the polyps on these corals are out. Wonder if this is that bubblegum coral. This does look like an octocoral. Coming on out, and a single stalked coral off in the distance. Ooh. We're seeing quite a bit now, more of these branching corals, especially on this large boulder here. We're seeing quite a bit of life just within, ooh, a shrimp. We're seeing various corals, brittle stars associated with that. A lot of sponges in this area, branching corals. An overall almost coral garden. Ooh, and that's that's good.
I think you can see a sea star in the back on the left-hand upper corner.
Yeah.
Looks like we're starting to transition into some different corals, different types suddenly.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely would feel comfortable calling this almost a coral garden-esque feel. We're having a lot of different varieties of species of different corals, as well as sponges that we've come across so far along this canyon wall here. This is definitely the highest diversity of benthic species that we have seen currently on this expedition. As earlier, while we were testing a lot of engineering objectives, we needed certain kinds of terrain and different elements that were associated within that terrain. So we weren't able to see just as many as this benthic biota has to offer today, but we're here now, and it's quite spectacular. Oh, we have a really long single-stalked coral here, which I'm guessing is also a bamboo coral. I think I see some nodal branch, not nodal branching, but some nodes within that area, so those black stripes that are there. And Pilot, if you feel comfortable turning on the lasers, I would appreciate it. Thank you. So we're seeing again those nodes, so those black stripes that we're seeing throughout the single-stalked bamboo coral here. The polyps almost look to be going in all directions, so I can't tell because we're not looking at the other side of it, but there are differences in sometimes corals that look almost exactly the same, but how the polyps are generally facing, in what direction, are they facing all directions in one direction, how they are shaped. These polyps can all help us determine different species, and sometimes just by looking at it, we really still cannot tell until we have either the physical sample with us, as well as possible DNA sequencing that can help to tell us that they are in fact genetically different overall. This is a great shot, thank you. Ooh, yeah. You can see some of the polyps have actually their tentacles contracted, but so many of them are coming outwards and they're ready to feed, just looking for whatever the current brings so that they can feed. You can see the mouths of each polyp, and you can count 8 tentacles on each polyp, and that also helps us identify that this is in fact an octocoral. Ooh, and this is quite the long stalk here that we're going up and over with. And just for awareness pilot, we are getting some requests for any fine branching corals, like the really small ones that almost look translucent, to get a few close-up images there. So whenever you see another one. You can see how some of these edges of this canyon overall steps and geologic features are some slopes that are quite high angle, almost looks like an entire vertical slope here. And coming up on slightly more sediments, this overall boulders that are potentially loose in some areas, debris fields that were the rock face in itself has started to degrade and possibly crumble. You're seeing some of these debris fields that are there. Ooh, we have quite a large looking coral straight ahead, and that looks really interesting. If we can come up on it. Is that even a coral? That almost looks like a sponge. Long tubular sponge where we have squat lobsters and crinoids on it. That looks really cool. Yeah, we can zoom in on the sponge, and then I see some of those finer branch corals around too, so if we have a moment to check those out as well. Wow, this is a spectacular view not only of this very large branching sponge, it's like in so many different directions coming out from this wall here. Almost reminds me of a smokestack, actually. And we're seeing a lot of now different colored crinoids. So what we've been seeing before of crinoids has generally been yellow and they've been stalked, and these are red and unstalked. And it looks like we have also an octocoral just at the base of this sponge as well, along with some smaller, finer branch coral surrounding it. And of course, with all those very prominent hexactinellid sponges that we're seeing that have been very dominant throughout this entire dive. Dr. Asako Matsumoto says possibly primnoids that are these finer branching corals. So we're going to get just a really cool view of this tubular sponge here. If you are a sponge expert, I welcome identification for what this is. It looks really cool. It almost has like this lacy feature where the tubes are just falling in on each other while building up. With a large two crinoids on it. I think there's one behind this one right at the tip of it as well.
There's also another one down coming into center of screen.
Oh, yeah. Good eyes. Dr. Sako Matsumoto, coming to my rescue here, said it could possibly be Tretopleura. It also has a few shrimps on it associated with it there, too. Oh. I guess with this structure, it almost also looks like a hexactinellid as well, although it can't be certain. But this is that folding texture that I was talking about before, where it looks like it's just kind of folding in on each other as it's growing out. I think we're good. Thank you. We're having quite what looks like a neon yellow sponge coming right almost dead center. I've seen small little sporadic ones as we've been a bit transecting through this dive. With also these also fine branching corals. Yeah, it almost looks like they're... I think the coral is growing off of the sponge, actually. Can we get a tighter zoom if possible? Ooh, it does seem to be growing off this yellow sponge, this primnoid coral. Fine branching. You can see its base attached to the yellow sponge that's there. Ooh. And Pilot, that yellow coral that we're also looking at the top of the screen seems to also capture some interest if we have the time to maneuver to it as well, or get a snap zoom at least. Ooh, alright, here's that yellow sponge. Again, we can see some smaller branching corals. Oh, yeah. This coral really is attached itself to the sponge. I don't see it attached anywhere to the actual substrate underneath, but it seems just found a nice, pleasant home. Life in the deep sea takes any advantage that it can reach into the water column that it can, and it just so happened that this coral found this sponge. See a brittle star just tucked right under that section of the sponge, and then looks like a little knob coral right underneath that. All right, thank you. Yes, please. That. If we zoom out just a little bit, about to come into frame now. Yeah, and Mike Vecchione actually points out a great thing. In order for this coral to have grown on it, the sponge must have been there before. So that means that the sponge is likely much older than this coral is. However, we have not been able to effectively age date sponges yet and growth rates. So if you are one of those people working on it, I highly suggest you let us know so that we can properly predict how big certain sponges are depending on possible growth rates. It's still very difficult to determine growth rates of overall corals as well. A lot of the times you can almost use ring structures, as well as there have been developments in the lab to test physically the age of the skeletal structure, but I've also been age dating the ringlets within the skeletal structures that are there. But considering most corals grow in so many different branching forms, it's hard to really predict at what age certain branches reach, or if it's continuously growing all around. So yeah, a snap zoom on that yellow coral that's almost dead center would be great. Ooh. Has quite the amount of brittle stars on it. Also reaching out into this water column, you can see the polyps are out. Not every coral that we see does have the ability for the polyps to contract within it, but some of these octocorals are able to contract. So those polyps seem to be extruded and ready to be able to grab any of that material in the water column. It could potentially be a plexurid octocoral. Good eyes, Dr. Osako Matsumoto. Ooh, Dr. Matsumoto says in the chat that the depth of where we are currently, which is 1,773 meters, is where we saw that yellow coral, that possible plexurid coral, octocoral, would be mostly some of the deepest borders of this family that has been observed to date. So that would be really interesting if that was true. We have logged it in CTube. I recommend also for those watching at home, log into CTube, create those annotations so we can better understand what the general association for a lot of these different organisms are around the world. CTube does collect all of the environmental data that is associated with where the ROV is currently while observing that coral, while capturing an image of the actual video that we are observing live. So we recommend that you do log into CTube. If you do have an account, you can always, we recommend scientists can request one, as well as those that have been involved in the science chat room can also request accounts to CTube, as well as be involved in the science chat room and on the telecom line. Ooh, we're coming here also as another unstocked, what almost looks like a bamboo coral. We have black whip corals or Anthomastis in the background. Nav, go ahead. Sure thing. Nav, this is Watch Lead. You're set to go. No problem. Alright, this is, again, a beautiful shot right now of this bamboo coral that we've been seeing before. So this unstocked bamboo corals, these polyps are beautiful. They're currently all out. You see some contracted within. And these polyps are just gorgeous. You can see the more orange colors are at the center, are the mouths actually of each one of these polyps. Now corals, as we know, they're colonizing. So these polyps are actually all single organisms that are attaching to itself. So and a coral in and of itself is a colony of these individual polyps, which are all individual organisms on their own that then form together, and their tissues then connect at the skeletal structure. So they're all, as they're all feeding, they're all growing and actually precipitating that coral structure within that helps them all then continue to grow and grow even further out. So it's a beautiful shot. What's also really interesting, it seems like there's almost like this even spiky texture right underneath the tentacles that we're seeing in some of them. You can see in the contracted polyp right here, it almost has this like spiky texture. I have no idea if that's skeletal related or if that's specific species related or even what they are. Yeah, in some of the polyps that are coming out, you can see also that white, more intense color, which almost looks like spikes. That would be really interesting to observe. I don't know if I've ever seen this before happen in these corals. Yeah, just right in this shot alone, you can see on that polyp facing due south on the screen here at least, that you see a lot of these kinds of spike textures in this. I don't know if it's part of that carbonate skeleton or what it might actually be. Krista Raybonald here just suggested also they may be sclerites. I am not sure what they could possibly be. If anyone has any knowledge of this, please let us know either in the chat room or join us on the line. Ooh, and there you see the polyps contracting in on themselves, and that's due probably to the small current or wave production that we're doing from the ROV to get safely away from this coral here. So, bit of a shock. You can see it kind of going down the stalk, slowly contracting in. It's also great to see the overall behavior of how these polyps can act, where something either where it might be threatened, or something might try to consume them, or something just unpleasant coming out through the way. These polyps can contract then within themselves. Doesn't necessarily mean security. But a lost tentacle could mean a slower production of food intake. So their priority is to tend to take in these tentacles, maybe to secure them. Again, not entirely sure, but this was a great way to actually see how the ability to react to something that's on the way. Potentially that would either consume them or harm them in any way. And so sometimes a sea star, when it finds a coral, there seems to be no turning back, and a sea star will actually go in and digest the coral. It will start to extrude its inner digestive system in and around the coral and slowly start to eat it, and then only leave a coral stalk behind. So although that might not, the coral polyps contracting in themselves might not be the ultimate security, especially towards a sea star, it is some way in ways that it can help protect itself. Ooh, we're seeing another unstocked or singular stalked bamboo coral, as well as with that stalked sponge coming into view. And we're seeing so many of these Hexaxonella, these glass sponges. But what's really interesting to see is that they are really focusing on the ledges of these rocks and not really on the tops or any other kinds of feature of these rocks, versus all along the transverse sections of these rocks, so all the lateral sides of it. Ooh, there's a small crinoid on this sponge. This beautiful internal structure is very typical of these glass sponges. You can see how fine a lot of the overall development of the internal structure of this sponge is. Not only do you have the larger holes as well as the ossicle large bit of the holes, but you can see within it, it's almost very lacy inside in the interior structure of the glass sponge, which develops over time for this sponge that we can see. It's again like more of those, like it has almost like little lobes around the outer external structure of it, and it's on quite a long stalk. Ooh, Dr. Matsumoto points out that those spines that we were seeing on the polyps of the coral are actually calcium carbonate, so part of the structural skeleton that is precipitated within the polyps to form the coral. And this calcite material is actually, I'm wondering if it is proper calcite or still aragonite, depending on the coral species, but it does help them protect them also from corals, especially actually those sea stars. So some sea star might be munching on its way through polyps and then gets a spiny touch a little bit and might say no thank you. So really cool way that even stationary corals that usually don't have too many defenses actually have produced through evolutionary standards these kinds of defenses to try to stay alive and even defend itself against sea stars. Oh yeah, and octocorals do not precipitate aragonite. Thank you, that is true. Octocorals do precipitate calcite as a calcium carbonate, and we know that usually there is three forms overall of calcium carbonate. We're looking at aragonite, calcite, either low or high calcite, magnesium calcite, which is just defining the overall concentrations of magnesium within the calcite itself, as well as dolomite. And dolomite is that diagenetic, altered original calcium carbonate that forms and then is then like a re-cementation of calcium carbonate overall. So a lot of corals, especially shallow water corals, have a lot of aragonite within their systems. A lot of stony corals precipitate aragonite calcium carbonate, but octocorals do precipitate calcite. Ooh, as we're coming to this top section of this, at least this portion of the ridge here, we're seeing quite a bit more sediment. Ooh, it looks like another holothorian coming up on the center of the screen there, a possible sea cucumber. So while this may look like a lot of sediment, it could just be a fine layer covering the top of any of these rocks, or it could also be just that there is actually a lot of sediment within this area, and that could either mean high current areas or relatively actually low current areas where it allows that sediment to settle down and not be then swept away further down the current system that's there. So it allows time to accumulate and come up and form these large beds of this unconsolidated sediment that we're seeing here. Ooh, another holothorian, I think, right there. Ooh, taking a zoom in here on this holothorian, potentially a sea pig. We can see its translucent structure and all then the internal digestive features. So you can see that it's all filled with sediment. So what a lot of these holothorians do is consume. They eat the sediment. They go around eating the sediment, and then they actually absorb any of that organic material that's within the leftover sediment, and then it comes out the other end, or sometimes even the same end after they are finished absorbing all that organic material that comes in. So you can see here the internal linings of a lot of the digestive tract that's within this holothorian of sediment. So it's taking its time to consume it and digest all those organic materials before extruding it then again and starting the cycle all over again.
That is to the very interesting structure for sure. Looks like a piece of the rock is protruding out. We're seeing more of these sea cucumbers scattered across the ground. As we've seemed to come to the top of this section. So we may start looking for a good candidate for an additional geologic sample to be collected here. When looking for a geologic sample, we can't get anything too big, as our boxes are only so large. And we definitely want to try to look for one that is already detached, as we don't want to disturb the actual structure to pull a piece off if it is not already separated. There's a few options on both the right and left side of. That looks a little. No, all good. I defer to you for what is best for fitting in D2. Yeah. Yeah. This rock looks good. Yes. There could be one on the right-hand side that might be loose. Nice job, pilot. That was a great sample, Chris. And I do just want to confirm that was sample number 03G in starboard forward rock box. All right. Go ahead, Nev. That sounds great. Thank you. For those of you tuning in at home, we are leaving the bottom to start our ascent to begin our midwater transect.
Go ahead, Bridge. Yes, that sounds great. So, pilot, I have a question for you. When we begin our midwater transect, there's no other thing we need to do other than hit the start midwater transect nav button, right? Okay. Ooh. That is a good copy. So, what you're saying is there is some other things I should do. Go ahead, Bridge. Copy that. Thank you very much. Are we averaging 30 meters per minute still? 2-8, copy. Correct. That's for all the bioluminescences. All of it. Would you like to see the EK60 though? There you go. Just for reference. That is 478 where my mouse is. Nice yellow line. And bonus feature, we should have the right current to keep the ship stationary and have pilot just facing into the current, but it may be a little bit quick too, so we'll see. But you have a 5-minute setup window and a 5-minute unsetup window.
Video, this is Watch Lead 1. I just wanted to check in. Is the ME being streamed on any of the channels, or streamed on any of the streams? Okay. All right, thank you very much. So for those of you still here at home, we are moving upwards towards the deep scattering layer to continue our testing of our low light camera, as well as bringing out our bioluminescence agitator. So if you would like to tune in and view the low light camera, we are currently streaming it on stream 3 through our channel at oceanexplorer.noaa.gov. You can go ahead and tune in via this expedition, and on stream 3 you'll be able to see all of what we're seeing currently on low light. It is currently dark, but we are testing for that factor of bioluminescence, so we are intentionally keeping everything quite dark in this area. All right, everyone tuning at home, we are just at the bottom edge of that deep scattering layer. So if you are on stream 3, you'll be able to see our low light camera, in which it can hopefully easily pick up some bioluminescence that's within the water column texture. Now, Pilot, can you hear me? Do we have our agitator deployed? It is not. Okay. Well, if we do happen to see some bioluminescence, that's then organisms that are either swimming away from the vehicle or touching that top section that you're also seeing at the top edge of that screen that comes through. So while we are moving through the water column, various organisms can be then slightly touching some of the portions of the vehicles, which also then trigger that bioluminescence feature. Thank you, Pilot. Copy that. Will we be deploying it? Okay, cool. Looking forward to it. Awesome, thank you. They're called Solmissus, the jellyfish, and we just saw a siphonophore also come out of view. We are commencing our light show here.
You can check out the ME20 on the quad camera. I think it's in the lower right-hand corner of stream 3.
So the bioluminescence agitator has been deployed, and we're currently on our low light camera. So looking forward to see what's coming. If you're tuning in, you can see on stream 3 our low light camera, and we are currently in the midwater column in the deep scattering layer. So that's what you're looking at. If you're looking at that stream 3, all these bioluminescence organisms that were steaming past while transecting through the water column in this deep scattering layer. So our low light camera is really able to detect all that bioluminescence that's within the water column. pilots, just to confirm, are we concluding now this dive? All right, everyone, thank you so much for joining today's dive. This is dive 6, and we have one more dive before we complete this expedition, so please tune in. We are scheduled for regular launch and recovery also for tomorrow. We'll actually be staying within this general area, or we will be rather returning to this general area for our last dive before we head in to Key West at the completion of this 2002 ROV and mapping shakedown. Thank you so much for everyone that's been tuning in.
Nav, dive super, comms check.
I have you loud and clear, dive soup.
Loud and clear, Nav. Pilot, dive super, comms check.
Pilot reads you loud and clear, dive suit.
Loud and clear, pilot. Winch, dive super, comms check. Bridge, dive super, comms check.
Hear you loud and clear, dive soup.
Loud and clear, bridge. Deck boss, dive super, comms check.
Have you loud and clear.
Loud and clear, deck. Winch, dive super, comms check. Nav, dive super.
Go ahead, dive super.
Hey, could I have an update from the control room, please?
Absolutely. The vehicles are passing about 255 meters currently. The ship is averaging about 1.1 knot through water, and we have a negative 0.2 knot on the side. Wind is holding around 14 at about 10 to 20 degrees off the starboard bow, and there are no squalls to report, and everything looks clear.
Copy that, Nav. Are you ready for dive suit to take comms?
Yes. Do you still want me to ask for reduction speed at 200 meters?
Yeah, let's go ahead and leave comms with you then, and give me a call back after you talk with Bridge. I'll run through the plan back here in the meantime.
Copy that. That'll be about 2 minutes or so.
Dive soup, winch. I'm with you.
Winch, I have you loud and clear.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Hey, Bridge. Let's start backing that down to get to 0.5 knots through water, please.
Okay, coming down to 0.5 knots through the water.
Copy. Thank you. Dive Soup, this is Nav.
Yeah, Nav.
We are beginning our slow to 0.5 knots through the water, so you should see that over the next couple minutes here.
Understood. We'll keep an eye on our speeds. Are you ready for dive soup to take comms?
Dive Soup has comms.
Roger.
All right, that's a good copy. Yeah, I turned it on for the main vessel. Ship. Oh, it still should be. I did change it. But it also might not be working. It was not.
Nav, dive super.
Go ahead, Dive Soup.
Hey, be advised, we are passing control to the aft station at this time.
Nav copies. Okay, pilots, that speed through water slowly decreasing.
Nav, dive super.
Go dive super.
Hey, just be advised, we have successfully passed control to the aft station. We can confirm here that port prop is disabled. Auto surge and auto sway are disabled, and we're making our way. Looks like we're getting to a half knot through the water, and we're holding off on that heading change until the vehicles are a little bit closer to 50 meters.
Copy that. We're passing 100 meters now.
Copy that, 100. Nav, dive super, we're starting that heading change now, headed to 320.
Copy. 320. D2 is streaming approximately 30 degrees off the starboard side.
Copy, 30 degrees to starboard.
Control, this is winch. All stop, please.
Dive super pilot D2 is holding at 50 meters.
Copy that, pilot. Winch, are we all stop? Co-pilot?
Winch is all stop.
Copy. Winch, dive super. Winch, dive super.
Dive super winch.
Let's pass control to the aft station, please.
Control passed.
Aft station confirms control of the winch. Pilot dive super.
Go ahead, dive super.
Is the control room ready to continue ascent?
Control room's ready.
Copy. Okay, pilot, let's come up to the surface at 15 meters a minute. Winds will do the same.
Copy that. D2 crossing 40 meters.
Copy, pilot. Winch at 36 meters. Three 0 meters, wire out.
D2 crossing 30 meters depth.
Copy, D2 at 30.
D2 crossing 20 meters depth.
Roger. 17 meters on the winch.
Okay, video. As soon as we see the screws in Serio's camera, would you throw the surface salvo? Thank you.
10 meters, wire out.
D2 crossing 10 meters depth.
We have eyes on D2. Looks like it's slightly to starboard.
Copy. Yep, please go ahead and throw it. Pilot has visual on D2.
Yeah, we have D2 on the surface. Pilot, let's go ahead and lock in auto head inverse of ship, please.
Auto head locked in inverse of ship.
Roger, stand by while we check streaming.
Inverting up a little bit to stay on the surface.
Good copy, pilot. Okay, deck, shimmy looks good. Let's recover Sirius. Pilot, if you could provide some slack in the tether when we bring Sirius over the transom, please.
Roger. Okay, I'm increasing my backing.
Copy, pilot. That looks good, pilots. Maintain it till the straps are on, please.
Copy.
And pilots get a little bump to the surface.
Copy. Verting up.
Roger. Winch, take back local control, please.
Control taken.
Roger. Deck disengage A-frame, thank you. Okay, pilot, aft straps are on. Let's go off stick, please.
Copy. Pilot off stick. Auto heading still engaged.
Copy that, pilot.
I'll go ahead and disengage auto heading.
Copy that, pilot. Sounds good. Lines are approaching the first football.
Tail cam shows lines are free.
Yeah, we can confirm visual up here. Looks like lift line is clear. Okay, pilot, looks like you're getting tight on the line here. Let's go ahead and lock in auto head and start backing towards the crane, please.
Copy that. Auto head engaged. And backing towards the crane.
Roger. Looking good, pilots. Maybe give it a slight bump to surface, please.
Copy.
Looking good, pilot. Let's maintain this.
Copy.
It's looking real good, pilot. Let's just maintain this. Maybe a little starboard way.
Copy that.
While you're coming aft.
Bump to starboard.
Looking good, pilot.
Copy, backing. And a bump to starboard.
Yeah, looks great. And almost under the crane. Let's get a little turn to starboard, please.
Copy.
30 degrees or so. That looks great, pilot. Let's go off stick.
Off stick. Auto heading disengaged.
Roger. Pilot, secure power.
Copy. Deck E-stop. Winch, knife switch.
Knife switch.
Power meter reads 0 voltage. Dive suit.
Copy, pilot. Vehicle cold.
I like to can be out of auto heading though and just like give it a manual twist because it doesn't twist as hard in auto heading. That's personal. Yep. Yep.
Dive super winch.
Yeah, let's go ahead and shut down the HPU if you haven't done so already, and maybe just hold off on those fans until we're done with post-dive, please.
Winch copies.
Roger. Pilot, dive super.
Go ahead, dive super.
Yeah, nice work in there. You guys are free to go off comms, come down, help out with post dive.
Thank you, dive soup.